thing doesn't focus very well. Focus, you piece of crap. All right. So I'm going to be working on this, a home sensors project today, and I don't have any viewers yet, but I'll go ahead and explain this for posterity's sake, since this is going to be on YouTube. So I have a project that I'm working on. It's a weather sensors project. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So this is the project on GitHub. It's a set of weather sensors that I'm just going to put around my house. So the basic architecture is that these devices basically just publish some data to a cloud app that then eventually gets put into BigQuery. So if you look at, I'll have a couple of different types of devices, but the one I'm going to work on today is this indoor one that's going to work inside the house. And these have a base of using a particle photon for the microcontroller, and so the photon has a microcontroller on it and a built-in wireless Broadcom chip, so you can do kind of wireless communication and using Wi-Fi, and it has a built-in little small antenna, so it's pretty convenient for connecting to the internet and doing stuff. And Particle has kind of a built-in SDK that's very Arduino-like and allows you to make programs in the same way as Arduino, but also it has a cloud library that you can use to in a very simple PubSub API that you can use to publish data. And so that's what I'm using to publish. Excuse me. And so what this device does is basically it just has the particle, the photon, and then it's got this this AM2302 temperature and humidity sensor on it. So basically the device is just measuring the temperature and the humidity inside the house. And then it's got a couple of LEDs on it to indicate that it's on and that when it's reading data. So it'll blink basically when it reads data. So that's pretty much it. It's not a very complicated device. But what I'm going to be doing today is kind of taking this from just a breadboard and putting it onto a proto board and then putting it inside of a plastic enclosure. All right. So Okay. Just doing a little self-promotion on Twitter. Okay. All right. So, got this camera here. Let me adjust it so that you can see the workbench. Let's see if I can do this again. How well this works. This one should be able to go like this better. Okay. How's that? It's not awful. All right. So what I have is I have the device here on a breadboard. This is a working version of the device. So basically what it does is it just has like the two LEDs. This is the one for the when it's the reading off of the sensor. And it basically just reads every minute from the sensor and then pushes that data to the Particles PubSub API. And yeah, that's pretty much it. This is just plugged into the data pin. And then I've got a program running on here that will take that data and push it to the PubSub API. So what I'm going to do today is take this and put it on a proto board. So what I want to do is use one of these. This is a kind of a pre-cut one that I cut with some scissors. And it basically is just a regular proto board with, on this side has a bunch of solderable holes. And then, so I can arrange the components any way I really want to on it. So let me get out all the things that I need. Here's another photon that I can use. Here's another version of the, of the temperature and humidity sensors. So this one I've just stuck on this is a shrink wrap. Kind of, what is it? These like shrink tubing, heat shrink tubing. So I can kind of create more of a single kind of cable from this because this is going to be external to the enclosure. And once I have all this stuff wired up on the proto board, I'm going to put it into a plastic enclosure that looks like this. This is actually a little bit bigger than I really need, but essentially the proto board is going to go inside here like that, and I'm going to screw it into these little holes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have drill a few holes in the side here in order to allow me to get the input or the allow me to plug in via USB. So I'll have this little plug here. Plus I'll have these two LEDs kind of sticking out of the enclosure so that you can see them from the outside. And that's pretty much it. The enclosure already has like this built-in little notch here that I can use to put the cable for the sensor outside. So when everything is kind of said and done, the sensor will kind of stick out of the enclosure kind of like this. And if I can get this on without the cables, the wires coming out, like eventually it'll kind of look like this, where you have like an enclosure with everything inside, the sensor on the outside, and then it'll just have like a couple little holes in the side for the LEDs and for the USB to plug in. So that's what I'm planning on doing today. One of the other things that I'm planning on building in as like kind of a feature is I'm planning on taking these wires here, the 3 wires for the sensor, and then essentially putting on a little plastic. This is a little plastic like plug. This camera doesn't focus very well, but it's a little plastic plug that can kind of plug into another. So this is like a male and female plug. So I can use it to like easily plug into plug and unplug the sensor from the board. So I don't have to actually solder the sensor itself to the board. So maybe I'll do that kind of first. Right. So part of the problem with live streaming something like this on a camera is that many of these pieces are really, really small, so it's hard to tell what they are. But these are essentially like little plugs that you can, for the wires that will go into the, what is it? I guess this is the female version, or the female end of the plug. So they'll go inside for each wire. It doesn't focus. There we go, kind of. So for each wire, I'm going to stick one of these on and kind of crimp it, and then kind of plug it into this guy. Not sure if I want to keep this wire this long or not. It's kind of long for my purposes. Like maybe I can cut off a good length of it. Like maybe like this much length. And then like restrict the wires. So let's see here. So this is a crimper that I'm going to be using to crimp these little guys onto the wire. This is a wire stripper that I'm going to be using for after I cut them. A little wire cutter. There's a cutter on this. And that's pretty much all I need from these. Put that in. This is kind of handy. This is a magnifying glass. to these wires were. Let's see how that does. Yeah, that strips pretty easily. All right. These are no longer kind of a bunch of loop. So you have to put them all, twist them all, so they don't fray when you to do this. Now I'm going to crimp on these little connectors. More light in here. these broadcasts like stop in the middle, it seems. So I've got 3 of these things. So let's look up. So what I've got now is I've got these 3 kind of, let's see if it'll focus. These 3 kind of crimped pieces on the end here. Focus, Daniel. Yeah. We did it for a second. But essentially it's got these 3 crimped pieces on here. And these are going to go inside the plastic piece, like kind of like that. And so let's look up like a typical ordering for these pins. Yeah, it's like kind of a red, blue, yellow. Just pretty typical. Looks like. Just like share the screen here. Like here's a kind of picture over here of a Molex pin with like, these are like red, black, black, yellow. But I suppose like what I want to do is kind of a red, black, yellow kind of pin ordering. So let's go ahead and try that. Okay, so that goes in pretty easily. Just kind of this one doesn't look like it's going to do. Okay, so I clicked in. So now I've got my Molex adapter here that's on my sensor. So that's that for now. So if you're just kind of joining the stream, see that there's one person on. I'm working on taking this device, which is a temperature and humidity sensor, and putting this onto a proto board, like a more stable proto board, and then kind of putting that inside of an enclosure like this plastic enclosure. So what I'm going to be doing today is basically soldering all the pieces to this proto board and drilling some holes in this plastic enclosure in the right spots so that I can have the input for the USB and a couple of holes for the LEDs that I've got here on the outside of the enclosure. The enclosure has a built-in little notch here, so I can put the wire for the sensor through there. So it'll look something like this when it's done. And it'll have like a couple holes for the USB and the LEDs. So now that I've got this, which I'm going to use later to kind of have a plug that I can plug into the board itself. So I'll have this kind of plug on the board, and then this guy will plug directly into it. So next, what I want to do is figure out where on the board I'm going to put all of my stuff. So if we get out all the things I'm going to need, so here's another particle photon. So this is just a microcontroller with a built-in Wi-Fi chip, Broadcom Wi-Fi chip. And I need this sensor. So this is the temperature and humidity sensor. That's that. But if you're on and you want to chat, you can use the chat feature on the side here to let's see. So next I gotta get all the pieces out. So here's you don't need, here's like a red and green LED that I can use. And I'm going to need a couple of resistors for the LEDs. So here's a couple of 220 ohm resistors. And the sensor. That's pretty much it. There's not really a whole lot else that I need. So one of the things about into the particle board, you can use the extra leads once you put say a resistor through. You can use the extra leads to actually be the wires as the wires. So you can just kind of bend them and then solder them on to make kind of a connection. But I don't know how a bunch of shorts and things like that, because what I've got here, I've got kind of once I put the photon on, the pins are laid out in a linear fashion here, and then I've got to put something over here, and then have the leads kind of go into the individual pins without kind of crossing each other. So that's going to be kind of a little bit tricky. I don't really want to have them cross, so I don't really know if they're going to, because they're not really insulated and they could potentially kind of short out. Okay. So I think the first thing that I'll do is take this guy. This is just a vise that you can use for soldering, for holding things when you're soldering. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use just a regular soldering iron. So I've got a soldering iron back here. This is just a regular soldering iron. I'm going to use this to do my soldering. Maybe I should keep that over on the right side. Put this over here. Kind of out of view of the camera, but. And then what I'm going to do is use this vise. So I've just got a regular like kind of vise here that I can adjust the length of it. And then kind of put the proto board inside of it, and then use it to hold the proto board while I solder it. This. Actually, go this way. Do I want it to be this way or this way? This way is easier. Okay, so that's not going to move. What I want to do is kind of hold this here and solder it in. So what I'm kind of doing over here is I'm going to have this board here. Adjust this a little bit. So I've got the proto board here, and I'm going to put the proto particle photon here in the bottom, and then I'm going to solder the pins in. So I don't know if there's a good way for me to kind of show what I'm doing or not. And I'm going to open the window here. Let's see if I can
solder isn't super awful. Of course, I'm going to need some solder. So I'll need a solder spool. Look at that quickly solder. There it is. All right. This is my spool of solder. So I'm just going to pull off a length of this. Pull off a length like that. Just cut it. And I'm going to use that to solder with. I have to be careful that I don't eat this solder because it does have lead in it. This particular solder does. It's not leadless. It's 40% lead. So gotta be careful not to lick my fingers while I'm doing this. It looks like my soldering iron is probably hot enough. So let's do this. It's not going to work really. What is the best way? Because I don't want to have this. No, that's not going to really work very well. Guess I'm just going to have to hold it with my finger. Now, which one is the data pin? Data pins are down at the bottom. So I think all I need to do just to kind of hold it in place is to just soldering one of the two like corners here, and the other ones in place later. I'm a little bit nervous because I haven't done this in a while. Could use some flux here. Yeah. It's definitely not enough solder, but it'd be a lot easier if I can keep this board in place without having to. It's just really hard to get this hot enough. I don't think that this, I think the tip of this is loose. That's why it's not heating up enough. I'm just tightening the end of this. I wouldn't normally do this while the iron is hot, but I'm lazy. Let that heat up a little bit more. A lot more solder on that pin. This one pin has, I did manage to get some solder on it, but it's only like halfway. There's like a big open hole in it, which is not going to give a good connection. So I want to add more solder to that when I've got a chance here. Get this a little bit wet. Kind of prime the ends so there's good heat transfer. Yeah, that was not what I wanted to do. Can't get this, like, the pin to heat up and melt the solder. That's better, but not quite. Okay, that's a little bit better. All right, I've managed to solder one pin. Easy peasies. All right, now I'm going to do one more down here. There's the second one. So that's good. So I've got the two, let's see, these two corner pins soldered. So it'll at least stay in place on the board. And I can then use this guy later or I can kind of solder in the other pins later when I want to finish up. Now the digital pins are on this side here where I haven't soldered yet. And the soldered pin that I just did, one in the corner, one of them is the analog pin, which I'm not going to use, and this one in the top corner is the power pin, the 3 volt 3v3 pin, which is one that I will need to use because that's where all the power is going to come to power the other components. So I'm going to need to resolder some cables into that pin. All right. Next thing I'm going to do, I think, is figure out how I'm going to do the LEDs. So what I think I'm going to do with the LEDs is I'm going to basically just have them stick out of the board, and then I'm going to bend them over sideways, bend with some extra lead off of the board, and I'm going to bend them over sideways and have them sticking out of the enclosure, out of 2 holes in the enclosure. So I need to make sure that they have enough space on the board, and that when I put them into the enclosure, that they're going to basically be able to stick out. So I think maybe like the 3rd row here. And then basically just have like a little bit of extra stick out. But let's see, I've got to make I've got to have two things coming out of the power. So I've got to have the red LED is going to be powered directly out of the 3v3 pin, as well as the pin that goes to the connector here for the sensor. So I've got two things that are going to come out of the 3v3 pin. Maybe I'll go ahead and try to do those first. 3v3 pin is on this side. So I'm going to put it here. So I want it to be on the same side as my power pin. And on the third row, I think here. So let's see. Yeah, so something like this. So what's the best way to solder this without having three hands? Because I need one hand to hold the damn thing, one hand to hold the solder, and one hand to hold the soldering iron. Just watching a video here.
Proper layout. I'm back to good old perforated board. It's pretty much the quickest way to solder up a working project. Perf board's available in a bunch of different types. The most common being pad per hole that
Seriously?
just a couple pins first. I'll solder the rest once I'm totally sure that's where I want them. While following along with the schematic, I'll arrange each part so that they can easily be connected to one another.
Okay. So basically, kind of stick out, or so that they stick in here. All right. Do that, and then the exact this side is the positive. Put a little bit more space between the two. And give it exactly the same amount of green. So they're about the same length here on the outside. So now these guys are kind of bent this way. Guess I can kind of try to solder these on. The thing I want to do is I'll stick, like one of these is going to go to the data pin and one of these is going to go to the power and ground. So I don't know. So when I do this, so for this plug here, I'm going to have, say, like, that's going to match up with, this is going to match up with the data pin. This is going to be the power and the ground. So I guess I can put that like somewhere out here. Actually, that's going to come into the board. This is going to come into our thing from over here. So maybe I want to have it on this side here. So let's just see that again. Okay, so the data pin on the inside here. So that's the way that's going to go. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick this side of the board, not too far from the edge here. And I'm going to try to solder these individual pieces here. These individual pins for the So the thing is, I've got to hold this thing on, but I've got to keep the pins. So I can't touch it on the underside here with my finger to keep it in place. How am I going to keep it in place to? Well, that stinks. clean up this particular solder here. That hurt. This side is much again. This side is the data pin. So I think I want to put it on like this. All right. Now I've got one pin, so that'll keep it in place at least. All right. All right, so I got those 3 pins in there. And then go ahead and, I guess, solder the LEDs here in place. That should do it for those. So I've got something like this, where I've got this plug here, and that's going to, the sensor is going to plug directly into the board there. So let's just test this out. So when I put this into the enclosure, it's going to into the enclosure. I'm going to have this little plug down here, and this guy is going to sit on the outside. The sensor here is going to sit on the outside here, and it's going to, the cable is going to come into through this little notch up here in this top corner. And it's going to plug into this little plug here, like that. So that should work, I think. Should kind of test this plug first. There's another plug here. Yeah. It works. It's just really, really hard to like unplug it. Okay, that's going to be impossible to unplug. Well, that's a little bit too snug. Just fucked that up. Okay. Well, it at least plugs into those. And it plugs into this one, okay. And it unplugs, okay, so that works. So I was able to plug it in here to this guy. So that it's plugged in. And I can pull it out fairly reasonably easily. So that's good. I've got these two LEDs on the top, and they're like roughly the same length here. So like when I bend them out the side of this, but it looks like I gave it quite a bit of lead. So these are going to, the holes will be like somewhere like on towards this side rather than the bottom or towards the top, which is fine. Okay. So I think the next thing that I need to do, start wiring these things. I need to put these resistors on. And those goes to the positive pins on these. The positive pins on these LEDs. So once I take these resistors, the resistors don't really doesn't really matter too much where the place. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the resistor end leads to like be the leads, and I'm just going to like clip off these the extra leads for these LEDs. So there, taking the leads off, I'm going to use the leads from the resistors to connect to the LEDs from the resistors. So just put this around. This is the positive end. Do the leads like that. And I have another resistor around here somewhere. Where'd the other resistor go? Don't know. There it is. I'll put this in here. Okay. So I've got here is these two resistors that are going to stick off the end here and be a little bit annoying. So I'm just going to clip them. So that they're shorter. Let's come in here. All right. So next I'm going to solder these guys in, these resistors in. Jin. Jin, go home. Jin. Sorry, barks at everything. Man, I know she's home, so.
So how are you feeling?
It's okay. Hi. Wife's home. So now I've got these both soldered in. I'm going to take the leads on this side and actually solder it to the ends of the LEDs. So I don't know if you can, the camera can show this. But these over here, I want to connect them together using the leads from this guy. Just this again. So it sticks down like that. So maybe you can see a little bit better. These two leads here are coming off of the resistor, which is on the other side here. I'm going to stick that onto I'm going to solder those to the LEDs over here. So what I want to do is I want to actually put these down a little bit, like put your pressure down on it so that it goes inside. So maybe I can put some pressure down on it. That didn't work. Okay. This is like. Yeah. It's a little bit bent, so I'm gonna bend that upwards so that it doesn't get in the way. Some pressure down. Maybe this direction is better. Maybe I can just, ouch, that was bad. What I want to do is I want to hold this thing because I'm going to push down on it. this thing to go down further. Over here is getting in the way. I got myself good there. Maybe I can just put some more solder on here. Need to put some water on this burn. Yeah, that's better. Managed to burn myself with the soldering iron like a nitwit. Right off the phone, which is kind of important. Plug this. Ouch. Residue off this. My thumb in the wrong spot. Okay. So now I've got those leads connected up. Now, I'm going to clean this up a little bit. That one of these resistors needs to go to the data to the power pin. And another one of these needs to go to the data pin. So I can use to like go to the other parts, because there's not really much space out here. Like there's not really much space out here on the side of these wires, like down here. Sure what I want to do. So I can use this wire.
Okay. All right. This keeps being disconnected. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to run these wires from the ground and power pins to the rest of the components. And I'm thinking maybe I can run it underneath the photon to get over here to these parts. That might work. So let's see here. These aren't going to be of much use, so let me clip off these leads here. Clean these up. Now I can take the leads that are going to come off of here and so power pins that I care about is over here, and I can do is some cabling. Some wire from here to the parts that I need to. The red one is so I need to go here and I need to go there. So one thing I need to do is I need to put a bunch of solder onto the power lake over here, so that I can have a connection to the so I've got like now a big blob of solder up here. I can now use to do my wire connections. Add a little bit more solder here. Ouch. I have to cut a little bit more solder. So now what I've got is I've got a big blob of solder up in the corner here that I'm going to use for some connections to the other components. And we need about this much length of wire. Let me strip this guy.
Dog is jumpy. So what I want to do is put this in at an angle that's not totally nuts. Let's see.
Is this a video?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of streaming it. Well, anybody that joins, I guess. Hi.
Yeah.
Okay, strip that wire there. Now I want to put this directly onto this guy there. So I'm going to take this out, put this direction. I'm going to kind of like this. Melt this solder here. So, you like the solder here. And I'm going to melt some more solder here. So it's a bigger blob. And I'm going to take this and melt it through there. That works. Ouch. Now, got a length of wire that goes from there to the. So I've got a length of wire from the power over to the power LED. And from there, now I need to make another kind of length of wire that goes from over here to the cable, or to the plug for my sensor. So I'm going to strip this. So I'm going to strip this guy here. And he's going to go into this part of the blob. Right here. Get a length of wire here rather than trying to do it there. And now this needs probably a little bit more solder. It's a reasonable thing, but blob of solder there. Okay, now the port for this guy is like so. So it's the farthest pin from the photon. We need to plug this into. And we just strip this wire. And then I've got to add the farthest pin from the photon, so this is 20 here. So I'm going to first add some solder here. And then let me bridge this over to the next hole. Like that. And then I can do this kind of thing. Oh, fuck. It's hot. The wire gets hot here. And it's hard to handle. There we go. This is a little bit too long. I don't really want it to be this long. It needs to be quite a bit shorter. So maybe about here. And strip this guy. Hopefully I didn't make it too short. But That should work. It'll be a lot better. All right. So that should do that. So now I've got my 2 wires there. This middle wire is going to be a little bit tricky. I've made myself a little bit because that's going to go to ground. Because like ground is like over here. I've got to run a cable from here to ground. What I should have done is made these guys go around and come down this side here and then over, instead of going straight in straight lines. Maybe I can redo these. This is not going to make my life easier later. So we should do is have it like come out and kind of go like this over. There. Let's actually put in the blob of solder that we need to use for the ground pin. Where is the ground pin? It is 1, 2, 3, 4 down. There's also a ground pin on the other side, which is convenient. So from over here, I can maybe route this to this ground pin. So there's actually 2 ground pins. One is here, one is here. So for maybe the LEDs, these ground pins can come up, these grounds leads can come up here, and this pin can go over to this side. for ground. So that should help me a little bit, but I'm still going to need 2 connections on this side for ground. So let's go ahead and put in our blob of solder. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? It's the 1, 2, 3, 4th pin for ground on this side. So I need to put in a blob of solder kind of like this one on this side so that these guys can come around and go to ground. You can have one go on the outside and one go on the inside, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. So what it means is basically make a blob of solder. Put that on this side. And then also make a blob of solder that comes out on this side. So I'll have like one lead coming off this way and one lead going out this way. That'll help me to figure out where I need to put these. So this one, this cable goes like so. Into here. For this one, what I want to do is make it maybe come off the side here. Kind of like this. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in this direction into the solder so that I can run the cable, run the wire. really like a game to deal with. So again,
Jin, quiet.
this is not sticking out far enough. Move this down higher. All right. Really getting in my way. You can't seem to stay up. I'm in my way. All right. What I want to do is run this. Over to here. This is going to go into this spot here. Okay. Now what I'm going to have to do is to run another cable from here to here without undoing that one, which is going to be tricky. This one is probably long enough. Let's use this guy. Now, this is going to be tricky because I've got to put this one in here. Put that one in there. Okay. So this is kind of okay. And what we need is to strip and cut this guy. Strip a little bit more there. That's about right. Right. Now I've got to solder this wire in. This is going to be difficult. I don't have the steadiest of hands. I'll solder on it. There we go. Oh, there's something I can work with. I'm going to run a black line here, another black line out here. Okay. Black cable. This is going to be my ground cable. And this is going to run from here to the LEDs. So the wire that's about this long. And then, let's see, I'm going to have to be a bit careful so I don't burn these wires over here. But at the same time, get this guy into this over here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now I'm going to go over to this guy right there. This data pin is going to be difficult because this has got to come from here. Maybe it's got to jump over these. Okay. All right, let me strip this. So, this is about right. I need to strip it again a little bit more. And cut it. So it's going to go right there. But first, I'm going to need more solder. So it's a little bit of a blob over here. Actually, let me do this. That's easier. And I'm going to do this guy over here. Put more solder on it. So it's like a bulb. And then to take this. It's into here. To solder it in here. Okay. That works. Okay. So now this is going to go to a data pin. This is going from here to there to there. And then this will eventually go to ground here. So how are we doing? If we take this out and put this into their enclosure, still reasonable problem is that on the edges here, we've got these guys. I don't know that I can really use the edges too much. To go to ground. So I can go in and around over to ground. Perhaps like in and around like that, or around this way. It's likely that my ground pin over here is going to be blocked. So round 9 and 10, there's a block there. So I'm going to have to run this maybe inside here. Okay. All right. Next is, actually, let me see this one. The red ground pin is going over to ground here. Need to make it inside here. So this cable's got to run inside here and then go over here. The other thing I want to be careful about is that, like, I need to solder all of these pins as well. I still haven't soldered these. So I think maybe I should just go ahead and do that right now. And put in the solder that I need for those pins, those guys. And just go ahead and solder in all these pins. Problem comes in that it's a little bit tricky now that I've done this stuff already. Okay. Awesome. Okay. This is getting down to a nub here. Now, it's easier. Okay. You have to be careful about these pins, like solder on these pins, like touching each other. Okay. So the solder on the pins aren't touching each other anymore, so that's good. Next, just gonna finish up putting on the solder on these pins here on this side. Since I'm pretty sure I'm gonna keep the photon where it is. Okay. The pins on this side all soldered up. This camera does not focus very well, but so now wire doesn't you having them block me. All right. So next, I think I'm going to put this. So ground, or this LED ground. It's going to go over to the ground on the fourth pin. here. And actually what I think I'm black cable. So this is going to go here to the other side, so I'm going to need this much wire. Strip it here. Wire off here. Seems the internet connection keeps kicking out, which is annoying. Okay. So now I've got to put in this ground wire. So I'm going to solder this into here. I need to use this. I can't use this because it gets in the way. Okay. Okay. So now got this guy here. Now I can kind of bring this around like that. I'm gonna solder this into here. So what I need to do now is strip this guy, put him there, strip him off. Strip him up here. There we go. So now like that. Wire about like that. And let's solder this in here. Kind of like that. So it goes around this other component. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this a little bit shorter. Just now get that out of the way a little bit. And let's turn this around. Because I'm going to put a little bit more solder on this guy. Put it right here. There's a bulb. to get and solder it in here. So take this guy. In there. Oops. To bend this down a little bit. Okay. Looks like it works. So here we've got our ground wire from the, so we've got positive going to here through a resistor, then over this cable here, this line here to the LED, and then down to ground over here. And then over here, we've got a positive that goes here. So we still need to do the positive end for this LED, which is going to be into the data line over here. And this one is also a data line. So we've got to do 2 more lines over into the data line, and then 1 more ground. So 3 more lit cables, which will be tricky. Okay, so D0 is the one, so this one on the very end, this pin on the very end is where I'm going to take it here. And that's going to be one of my data lines. So I want to use a yellow cable for that because it's a data line. Now, I guess I'm going to go like straight over top of these other cables. This other cable here. Because it doesn't make so much sense to go around. I can just go from here over. Okay. Actually, I do have some like extra leftover cable from before, so maybe I'll use that instead of using more of my yellow cable. Colors don't really matter, so I'm just using existing cable that I have laying around. But first, what I need to do is I need to add some more solder to the data pin here so that I can plug it in there. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is put it straight in there. That's the best way to do it. So I can go from this side. Okay. So let's do this. So it looks like what I've done here is just soldered in this cable here to the data line, to data 0, D0 on the particle photon. And then I'm going to put that over here to this little blob of solder here. So I'm gonna add a little bit more solder there so I can plug this in, or I can solder this wire. And then I'm going to actually make this wire a little bit shorter. Strip it a little bit more than that. Yeah. So that's where it's going to go, like that. I like that. Okay. Something about this thing is it kicks it all over the place. All right. Now it's time to solder this bad boy in. Actually bend this. I need to bend this so that it's straighter. It's going to go into the solder a little bit better. So I've got a little bit too much solder here, I think. Just pick up some of it and get it on the sponge. Instead, just work this a little bit. Okay. Make it a little bit better connection. So now I've got my data pins, like I've got this going from the data line to the resistor, which goes over here to the LED. The LED comes out of the LED, goes through this black wire to ground. And then the other LED comes directly from the power through the resistor over this line here to the LED and goes out to ground. Now I've got to finish up this plug over here. Got two more lines that I've got to do for this. Okay. So the middle one on this should be ground. If I remember right. Yeah. So it's red, black, yellow. It's going to go on the other side. It's going to be red, black, yellow. Black is the ground, so I've got to run a wire from here to ground on the second pin over here. If you remember, there's two grounds, one here and one on the other side. So I'll use this ground for this side, and then the other one I've got to run to the data line, which is right here. So what I think I'll do is maybe run the black around like that, kind of like how I did with this one. Because I'm going to have to use this data line here. So running black here would make more sense. So from here, I'll cut a length of wire here. I'll strip one end. All right, so this is going to go from here over and kind of around. Like that. But it's going to go to the middle here. So I need to move this little up a little bit. So something like that. Problem is I need to get to this data line, so like I don't want to block the data line here. So maybe I should make this a little bit longer. Kind of like that. No, even longer than that. Something like this would work. So I'm going to solder it right here to the ground pin and over here in the middle pin. So I'm going to lay that out here like that. What I need to do is not even, this is going to be there. Okay. This is just going to be straight. It's actually going to run like this. So I've got this one soldered to the second pin here, and then this one's going to be soldered to this one here, the 19th. All right. So let's go ahead and do this. All right, so what I need is some solder. Add some solder to the ground pin on pin 2 here. Just make sure that that was the right pin. Again, yeah, it's the second pin here is ground. So just bend that a little bit. So you can just add some solder here. this hole and bridge the pins. Bridge the hole in the pin. Get some solder there. Now I'm going to take my wire and I'm going to solder it in there. Okay. It's nice and soldered in there. Now we've got to kind of bend this in the right way. Bring this over here. I need to like strip this and make it a little bit shorter. Is that not right? I just need a little bit less wire there. Okay. Now that's going to go right there. So get this out of the way a little bit so I can add some more solder on this here. Take this out. Do this the long way here. My particle kind of sticks out here, so I can't really put it in there. All right, so let's do this guy over here. Okay, so these two bridge maybe add a little bit more solder over here. All right, so I've got a little bit more solder extra out here. Hard to tell. I think these pins are not connected. Just I have to be careful about that. And then ahead in here and solder this wire in. It's hard to hold because the wire heats up and it starts making the insulation really soft and flexible. So it makes it hard to hold with the tweezers. Okay. Okay. That looks reasonable. So now I've got this ground cable coming from my plug for my sensor. Now, if I take this out, you can see the top side of the board, the bottom. You can see the plug here. If you look on the other side, this is the ground wire we just ran. And it goes to the middle pin of our plug. Now, the next thing I wanted to do was check to make sure that this still fits in here. So I go like that. All right. Still fits. It's not, none of the wires are blocked by any, or are bumping up against these guys. Still, so we're still good. All right, home stretch. So we are nearly finished. Just need to do wire from here to here. So from wire from here, this third pin, right here, to the second data pin over here on the photon. So once again, I'm going to use one of the wires that I had left over from before and do this guy. So this is going to be really, really short and hard to play with. So let me just kind of line this up here. We are going to the second data pin from here to here. So just make sure that I don't cut it too short. It's like a very small cable. So the second data pin here. So just about cut that off. And this. So if you can see this, it's like from here to there. It's there. So it's like very, very short. So this is going to be a little bit tricky to solder now that I've done everything around it. This was probably a bad idea. I should have done this first and then done the other ones later. But let's just go ahead and add some solder here. Once again, I want to like bridge this hole here where I'm going to put my wire and the pin with the solder so that there's an electrical connection. Then I'm going to do the same thing with this hole over here. My solder has gotten kind of nubby. There's not much left. But, you know, gotta conserve natural resources. Okay. All right. Now we got a little blob of solder there. Put some water on the sponge here. Okay. All right. All right, now I've got to take this little wire and solder it in here. It's going to be a little bit tricky. It's really tiny. I don't want to burn these other wires either. All right, so I managed to solder that one lead in. Now I've got to solder this one in here. Okay. It's not awful. It's not awful, but it could be better. So let's see if I can make a little bit better connection by adding some solder here. well, I just did that without it off camera. But just soldered this guy in here. So this is from my 3-port plug to the data port here. So that should be everything I need for this thing to run. Now I guess we can try to actually plug it in and see if it runs. Okay, which will be like the ultimate test, because if it doesn't work, so here we're going to plug in my sensor to the plug, and I guess plug in some USB. So plug in the USB port here to here. And it looks like our red LED has lit up. So that's a good sign. Our particle photon is little light here is breathing, which is good. So now, if it starts running, it'll like actually blink here. Once a minute. And if I use the particle tools to kind of check if this is working or not. So let's do this. I'm going to plug this into my USB on my computer and then look at the debug output. So I'm going to plug it into the actual USB on the computer. And then we'll get a hopefully be able to get a reading of the, so this is that. So if I go to, what is it, particle, particle monitor. It's not monitor, it's real monitor. Like, I forget. Nah. It's kind of annoying, but let's see. Serial by ID. No device is variable by serial.
actually, and plug it into the other USB port. New device is available by a serial. Why is it not working now? Gotta change my password now. All right. We have to figure out how the serial works. Dev serial. It's not that, it's particle cli or something. Come on, NPM. Okay. Why does it not find serial devices? Why S0 maybe?
Let me know when you come home. You can make
Okay.
a sandwich.
All right. Plus. Doesn't have that anymore for some reason. Note dev TTY ACM 0, so it used to be that you could read from dev TTY ACM 0, but it doesn't look like they have that anymore. I'm going to for some reason. If I plug in my other one, which I know works. Do that. And so it doesn't work either. I'm not sure why the serial ports don't work. Ubuntu seems to have changed something that was working perfectly fine before. This is annoying.
let's try to get this to work now. It's really annoying. I don't want to share both screens. I want to share just one screen. And now I'm looking for what the heck changed on Ubuntu to make Serial stop working. Does it work if I do particles monitor? And not found. That's so annoying. Why does it change the path when I do sudo? It's really annoying. Home, in, out, node, in, article. What the heck? 2015. None of this is like recent. It's like this would have changed within the last 6 months. Like, why is there no devs ACM, dev TTY ACM? And like USB devices has also changed so that there's nothing there. It's just like really annoying. Why did it change? To serial dev YACM 0.
Like, there's no new information about it. Go console how to. So it's serial login process. Do I have to like install Minicom? I don't need to install Minicom. If Y doesn't have anything, there's just S. There's no TTY USB. Y does not work. It's so annoying. So annoying. Everything the way they used to work doesn't work anymore, or it doesn't look like it's working anymore. What do you know for? This is from January 2015. Let's see what this guy says. This time. This USB. We plugged in his thing. Okay, fine. He got his thing. USB serial. So he's like. No. Some information about how to set it up. Excuse me. Let's see. Check these here. Linux. God. Why did it not work? Why does it make is it not running right anymore? So what's this stuff? You. So annoying. Will not go between the right windows that I want it to. It always goes to the window, and I don't want it to do that. Okay. It's over here so I can see it. See products 0x. Okay. God, I hate autoplay on YouTube. Stupid. Okay, well, console is not working for some reason. Use the well, I don't know what to do. So I don't know why Ubuntu doesn't want to use the serial port anymore, or to create a serial port anymore. All right. need to reboot, I guess. Well, I have no idea why the serial port is not working on Ubuntu now. For some reason, it just doesn't. This site works. It's open. I don't know. Storage, USB MIDI, USB, USB. It's like it doesn't, there is no dead TTY USB. It doesn't exist. Oh, it's so annoying. This is not working. I don't know what it is. Should be able to just plug this in and read it off of the USB serial.
Yeah, this is probably not a good cable, and that's why it's not a real data cable. I was using a cable that was not good. That's why. Cable is basically just a power cable. Serial monitor. Okay. There we go. So, should be able to do the same thing for this. So the problem was that I had a cable that was not a data cable. For two particle leave one. Unplug it and plug it back in. Should hopefully get the startup. It may be that I don't have the code written on this one, on this particular board. So let me go to the okay, firmware source. Okay, so I need to say and let's see if I do a chmod. Can't do. Let me do say like let's make program if you pretty sure that I get a and it says I can't use the USB device because I can't open it because I'm not a chmod plus it's a really bad thing to do.
in. Where's my group? In. And fine. And make program DFU, something like that. It should be able to upload that. We're during download get status. Oh. Stupid thing is downloading the firmware update and installing it right now, which is really annoying. So the thing about these guys is that they automatically connect to the particle cloud servers and download firmware updates. So now it looks like it's done. So now I can probably put this into the right mode. And then over here to my thing and then flash this guy. Hopefully. No. I gotta do this CHM thing every single time. And make DFU. Okay. So it looks like it ran successfully that time. So now I should be able to go back over here and do like this while true. Now open the monitor. Okay. And it seems to be running the program, but it's not getting temperatures properly. It's not reading from the 2302 properly. I don't know what I did wrong.
working well. Let's get the old voltometer. Let's see what we can see. That's voltometer. Let's see what we can figure out here. So I'm going to check to 20 volts, I guess. And let's see, so between power and ground, I'm not seeing anything. So, must not be doing this right. Kind of do this. I'm trying to see the voltometer here. I'm doing this here. So just to see that these are working, I'm not really getting anything that I was doing. This is 20. What am I doing wrong here? This is volts. That's not right. What am I doing wrong? So this is right. For some reason, I'm not seeing a. It doesn't like that, does it? Doesn't seem to like. Maybe if I like. This is working, so like the idea is right. It's just I don't know why. It's not working. So like for me the D1 pin is the one that's, oh, you're shitting me. So what I did was I soldered it to the wrong side. Like an idiot. So these pins that I soldered to are actually on this side, which is the analog pins. What I need to do is solder to the digital pins on the other side, which is what I did wrong. And this is not going to be, this is going to be kind of annoying to clean up. Okay. So I'm going to have to clean this up a little bit. Okay. Actually, I think before I do that, I'm going to have something to eat. So I'll be back on later.